Yo, hello? Dad? Are we in there? Hello? Oh, hey, look at that. Well, what's going on, friends? It is Friday, and, yesterday, we made some progress. We killed Olroth not once, but twice, but the first time he killed me as I killed him, and so I didn't get my expedition points that I was going for. But have no fear, the very next logbook he showed up again, and we killed him handily that time. And now we have extreme archaeology. We ended the day on like a 14 breach map. Oh yeah, and then a copper citadel after that. So that was a fun way to end the day. But today we have more maps to clear in that same region that we buffed up with like 7 towers. Except I guess we're down to like the 2 tower region. We can go get a third one right there. But we're trying something a little different. Changing some stuff up a little bit. I finally made a path of building for this build, and I put the original gems in. So it'll look slightly different than what's going on here right now. But we're trying close combat on Bone Shatter with martial tempo and also behead. So we took out heavy swing, inspiration, and splinter because we're already using devastate anyways, and we heavy stun stuff all the time. It's like half of what we do in this build. So that's how we're getting our armor break, and behead will just make clearing more interesting, I think. And then Hammer the Gods, we put heavy swing for 35% more damage in place of another 25% chance at aftershocks. We'll see how it goes. I feel like there was something else I did, but I don't remember what it was. So whatever, that's close enough. I have a couple maps laying around. Let's just run one, shall we? See what happens. A headland. I think that's the fireman boss. He's pretty easy, so maybe we can run the armored one. Alright, let's see what happens. Fuck. Oh, hey, rare. He didn't get blown up. This is toxic. It's better. I don't know what we stole, but we stole something. Earthquake, please. Can you only have one modifier? Or do they stack up if I kill multiple? Kind of assumed I'd get multiple if I killed multiple. But I'm not seeing like a little stack indicator. Oh no, the delirium ended. What am I gonna do?
Garukan favors me.
Wow, I wish there wasn't a giant tree in my face. The real question is, was there a breach here? I think so, probably. Maybe. Hopefully. There was. That's where we'll really, like, be able to tell whether or not Bone Shatter is going to give us... I'm sorry, whether or not Behead is going to give us multiple modifiers. Because if it can't stack up, I probably won't even bother using it. Yo, what's up, Raphael? Good to see ya. I'm on time today. Well, sort of. I was only 2 minutes late. That's because I was fixing my headphones. Hell yeah. It's going pretty good. Trying some funny stuff out. To questionable effect. I'm still uncertain whether or not I like it, but we're stealing modifiers from rares when I kill them with Bone Shatter. The stun explosions. That one. And it's like, okay, I guess. I stole the fire explosions. If I could steal the proximal tangibility, that would be pretty darn funny. If I were using Headhunter, I would be stealing all of their modifiers every time I kill one. And those would definitely stack up. However, starting to think Behead gives us one modifier and we have it for 20 seconds, and even if we kill another rare, we don't get another one. So in short, I don't like it. But also, I wouldn't want to use the Headhunter. Because I don't want to drop my belt.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Plus, another thing, a lot of the rare modifiers are like elemental damage or elemental explosions, or you know, there's like a melee attack, or there's a physical damage aura, there's an attack speed aura, but like most of them aren't applicable to me very much. So maybe it's just not that worth it. What's on my belt? A bunch of strength and chaos rest. And if I were to use a different... Actually, Headhunter does have attributes on it. I'm pretty sure. Now I need to look. But they are cheap as shit. They do have a bit of strength on them. 21. So I actually only lose 14, which I could get back because I took these 2 points out in strength. So I guess I could try it. But also, kind of going back to what I was saying about what the actual rare modifiers are. Like, how many of them are really going to be that useful for me? If I was like a elemental build, then I'd probably be a little more interested. But I just thought it would be neat if the head worked out well for us. Also, Headhunter is really not a great belt for bossing, and our build's already not great for bossing, so maybe that's that lines up. But also, I would like to be able to do some kind of bossing, and that would prevent it. So there's physical stuff over there. We're gonna not put points over there. Did I get that chest? Yes, I did. Immune to cold damage can't be evaded. Damages fire. Sure. That's bad. I remember what happened last time we gave expedition monsters 100% damage as anything. I got shit on immediately. This time it worked though. God bless the big bomb. We take those.
Power in this object. I can feel it.
Alright, this is the true test. Rather, this will be the true test. I mean, I kind of like the 35% more damage we put on Hammer of the Gods at the cost of attack speed. That seems to be fine. Nothing at all in there. He has no idea. Bro, where did that come from? Why is he not aggroing me? It's weird. Yo, it's just +1 charm slot. I mean, why not? It's 300 tribute. Wow, a gold ring. Okay. Thorns. Huge. It's pretty bad. Alright, let's go do this breach. I was gonna do the boss first, but why wait? We did 14 breaches and we were fine yesterday. This will not be a problem. That's a lot of hands. There's even more. What the hell? That's like 10 hands and 10 feet of the start. Like literally 10. And there's another one. Yeah, there's no indication that that stacks at all. I just watch the timer reset. Although for some reason enemies are not aggroing me very aggressively, and I wonder if that has something to do with the head support. More hands. Pull it. I'm rich. Starting off early today. Getting that shmoney. Alright, how many was that? What? The full inventory? It was 32 splinters for basically not killing anything. Kind of okay with me. Yo, an additional reward type. Sheesh. Really don't care about any of that. Let's finish the map, shall we? Boss man, you're allowed to attack, you know that, right? Maybe I do have proximal tangibility right now. Like, what does that affect on me, right? Did it bug out? What if I... Hmm. I mean, the breach monsters still aggroed on me. I almost died like 3 times. I picked up a gym bar, yeah. We'll just start throwing them in there, I guess.
A storied artifact.
Ugh. That's kind of an interesting chess piece. I don't hate it. We'll just throw them somewhere. I don't want to think about it. I wonder if we can stun enemies with 70% more monster life. Suppose there's one way to find out. Oh yeah, we're gonna take off the head support. It was funny that it was keeping us from taking aggro on stuff for some reason, but yeah, I don't know how actually useful that was. So what are our options? I don't cause bleeding anywhere, so bloodlust is a bad idea. No poison, no slow on Bone Shatter. That's an earthquake thing. Definitely don't want to put a cooldown on Bone Shatter, especially not a 10-second one. I could put Culling Strike. I don't really attack very fast, so I don't know if I'd care for Rage. I think Bone Shatter already knocks enemies back. Well, it kind of does because it heavy stuns them and half of them just go flying when they do that. Or when that happens to them. You know what I could do? I was debating earlier between close combat and the other one, the long range one, which I think is called long shot, but I don't remember seeing it on this list. There it is. Why don't we just use both? Because sometimes Bone Shatter does hit enemies that far away because of the shockwaves. That seems like an easy answer. We're gonna do this Rust Bowl and then we'll use this this tower and then we'll go west because there's a citadel there and I would like to get my revenge on Count Jeff for what he did to me last time. He got me. I stood between two of those damn moonbeams. And he one-tapped me. Well, I guess technically speaking, it's a two-tap. It just, they both hit at the same time. So it looked like a one-tap, but it was a two-tap, okay? And I'm surely he crit me too. That has to be what happened. Oh, also, something funny I learned was when I made the POB for this build, it shows the actual number for the AoE of my abilities. So Path of Building was showing my Hammer of the Gods is 3.6 meters. So that's 3.5 meters or so. Which, funny enough, was the exact range for both long shot and close combat. So that was kind of why I was thinking we might need both, because we kind of hit enemies at that threshold like all the time. So kind of like that. But this is 70% more monster life, so enemies are getting stunned a little less than usual. So the chains aren't quite as good, but they're actually still working better than I anticipated. Kind of thought it wasn't going to work out at all. Like I was just going to have a miserable time in this map.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
A breach, you say? Let's go. Yo, it survived the hammer. That's toxic. That works. We got the rare on the way out. Hell yeah, dude. Well, we didn't kill a whole ton of stuff. Well, we did pretty well for what the modifiers on the map are. Looking at that. Not even worth a wisdom scroll. I'm already in the area. I may as well clear out down here so we don't have to come back later after the boss to kill the last rare or whatever. If I hadn't come over here to check, there would have been like 3 rares in that corner. Damn you, proximal tangibility. Alright, goes in, if that's even your real name. And actually tapped him on, or stunned him on the first hit. Kinda wild. Also, all of our hammers got shit on. Feels bad, man. Yes, walk closer. Walk closer. It's my favorite part about this boss, honestly. Any ability that I have that just like makes ads explode is like great on this boss. Yeah. We got hella unlucky there, but it was still alright, I suppose.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
I'm kind of tempted to put another level of boss difficulty on. The 35% extra damage is from heavy swing is working out pretty well. So we go with that. Did I get a 15? Yes. With pack size on it. Also, that man had 75% extra life. And it still went a-okay. Granted, that is a pretty easy boss, all things considered, but I'll take it. Rarity, int, cold res, mana, and energy shield. Maybe? Maybe? Kinda wish they made that default to exalted orbs. Quantity of items and breach density. Magic monsters, quantity. More density, more magic monsters. Hell yeah, dude. Question is, what do we throw on this tower? We already have a bunch of breaches. So I think we use a breach on this tower. And then on these ones, we start doing more expedition stuff. Because I have a bunch of breaches, but this is also going to reveal a bunch of stuff over here. Hello? Hey, Moment of Zen. That's the first time I've seen one of those in forever. Also has corruption on it. That's kind of funny. But yeah, if we do expedition over here, there's a really big chance it's going to send them all over here, which I don't want to do. I'd rather, like, guarantee value on all these breaches we're about to do over here. Meaning, where's that density tablet we just got? Yes, that one. Also, we should probably hit the open button on the map we're trying to do. Might help. For a while, I was getting worried about having too much stun buildup, and then like not like fully stunning enemies instead of priming them. But at this point, I've come to accept if they're small enough to get fully stunned by the first hit of Earthquake, they're probably going to die to the second hit. So I don't worry about it as much. Like all those dudes. Just like that, they're gone. There's a woodland boss right there. Let's just do the backsize one. I just realized this is Valve Factory. Gross. At least it's not Valve Foundry, though. There is that. It's a lot of rares. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. I gotta check something. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. 2 seconds and we'll be good to go. Yeah, all right. I'm sure it'll be fine. Turns out it's really easy to hit the enemies with Hammer of the Gods if they don't move. Yeah, I think putting a heavy swing on Hammer of the Gods was definitely the play. I don't think we were ever really one-shotting rares quite like that in previous days. Let's take care of this while we're here. I don't know how many more rares we got left, but there's still a huge section of the map to go through. Bro, you're kidding me. I wasted a hammer. Well, he has an Executioner Aura, but I don't know if he's done any damage to me yet. Yeah, it's better. It's just one more for the road. Perfect. What's this? That's actually totally fine. I knew I was fucking up when I saw those two lightning balls from the damn Doriani's Chosen or whatever, the cannon dudes. That was not great. And we didn't even do the breach, come to think of it. I should have just backed out of that room. Although, hello. That's neat. Bleh. Ah, well. Yes, 25 alchemies, please. At least we got the boss. But I kind of wanted to do that map to get Moment of Zen. So I guess we can just go Oasis Mineshaft Channel. And then there. I didn't really want to do that one because it has no breach on it, but whatever. It still has an expedition at least. Hey, yo, Oasis was the 14 breach map we got yesterday. That was this tile set. Although we had a breach at like we had like 3 breaches at the very start, so by the time we got to this point in the map, we'd already done all 3 of them. So probably not 14 on this one, unfortunately. There's probably more stuff on this side.
A rare treasure.
We left the splinter like way the hell over there, but I'm not gonna walk all that way for one. I have like almost 3 breach stones laying around. I'm not that desperate for splinters right now. I'm not even certain I can do any more of them on the current difficulty. Yeah, well, there is an extra one, though. Nice. Let's get that lightning ground out of here before we start it. Let's go. Let's say that went well. Still can't believe we died in that last map right before killing the last rare. Shouldn't have never walked through that damn door. Evasion rating, rarity, intelligence, lightning res. It did get more rarity. Sick. Really hate this whole billion walls thing. Having to bone shatter each individual enemy is kind of a pain in the ass. That's a lot of stuff. That's just tier 6% viz. Interesting. Has potential. I'll slam the shit out of it when I finish the map. We learned yesterday that plus to level of skill, melee skill gems is actually a very valuable stat. So it may be worth something even with just 150% viz. Plus that. That was looking at maces though. I'm not sure how quarterstaves compare. Probably not entirely different, but it's not likely to be exactly the same either. That's a lot of modifiers. And an expedition to boot. For a moment I forgot I had the big bomb, and then I remembered that I do have it. And I felt like 10 times better about doing this expedition. Yeah? Sure, good enough. Send it. Wait a minute, that's a lot of stuff. Hold up. I think the majority of logbooks come from treasure chests, so we kind of just want to treasure max. This is kind of fine, isn't it? That's a lot of chests. Hell yeah. I'll just stand right in the middle. Fuck it. Yay. Shit. Gwennon was probably also making me invincible. That was convenient. God bless the big bomb. No logbooks, but we got through that in record time. Alright, what did we get? Or what do we get, rather? On these. Life regen. I mean... Life is hardly a popular stat right now. Compared to energy shield. But we'll take it. Now this all... If that had Leech's mana... That might be a little more exciting, but then again, this is a quarterstaff, and a lot of those are lightning damage instead, so... I don't know how much that matters. Hybrid percent fizz plus flat fizz is all we need, and we get $1 billion. It's all wrong. Shit. Although, you know, maybe that's okay. Lightning and flat lightning, flat cold, plus level of all melee skills. I feel like it's not good, but we'll check. We'll check. That would be the one. I mean, the thing is, it's only like 300 DPS or something. So for those that don't know, if you're trying to search for a like an amount of flat damage where it has a range of like X number to Y number, when you're trying to search for it and like filter out a value, the value is the average of those two numbers. So that 20 to 26 would be 23, because 20 plus 26 is 46, divided by 2 is 23. But the minimum possible roll on here is 47? No, that's the wrong one. It would be 34. So 17. This one is 47, so that'd be 23.5, but who cares about 0.5? Yeah, sounds about right. Basically nothing. I think it was worth checking. But ultimately not that surprising. Hey, a shrine. Can't wait to throw that in the reforging table. And gold find. That's like double value in deleting bad mods. Hell yeah. Man, imagine if that had hit int. Imagine deleting bad mods. Me as fuck, dude. Doing anything else to that? What's up, Mr. Dajum? Brain explodey. Valid. Kind of feels like one of those days, doesn't it? Oh, look at that. We do have 3 of those. Good enough. Oh hey, we spawned on top of the expedition. Bro, can we chill with the immune to fizz, please? That's 2 in a row with it. What else was over here? No flash charges. I think we're okay with that. Yeet.
A rare treasure.
Why use 5 bombs when you can use 1? An Englishman, a Frenchman, a Spaniard, and a German are all standing watching a street performer do some excellent juggling. I feel like this is leading into a joke of some sort. But I mean, who doesn't like some excellent juggling? The juggler notices that the 4 gentlemen have a very poor view, so he stands up on a large wooden box and calls, "Can you all see me now?" Okay, I'm following. I'm invested. I'm not reading that. Good shit though, good shit. Yeah, it was unavoidable. Part of the thing is, I think I heard that joke somewhere, like in the past, like couple weeks. I don't even remember where I heard it, but like I had a flash of like remembering that shit the moment before you sent the punchline, and I was like, oh no, I know exactly what this is. But yeah, this is a good joke. Thought it was weird to have that many people of that many different nationalities watching a juggler on the same street at the same time. There was no boss here, right? It's just... I think it was just the expedition, so we're really just looking for rares. I would like to get out of here. Because we got one more map to do, and then I get a moment of Zen. The first moment of Zen that we've had in like 20 years. Also, I just remembered we've had an Untainted Paradise like 3 maps away from one of our spots. For like 2 weeks now, that I just never went to go do. Like, we had it before, or we found it before patch of 1.1. And then I heard they were buffing Untainted Paradise. And then I didn't want to run it till then, and then I just never ran it. But also, I don't know what character I want to use it on. Like, this one would probably be alright. But also, I just don't know how much further... yeah, we just bashed the shit out of that minecart. Turns out it actually had physics. Does it do these ones? No. But yeah, I don't know how much farther this character is really gonna get. Our weapon upgrades are exceptionally expensive. We're armor, so as tanky as we are, we do still have some questionable survivability issues. So yeah. Our bossing damage did go up because I swapped my supports around and put heavy swing on Hammer of the Gods, and it's made like a pretty significant difference. But I don't know if it made it significant enough to go like difficulty 5+, and like Arbiter and Zesht and all those at high difficulties. I can never remember what the channel map actually looks like because every time I see it, I have flashbacks to Waterways and Path of Exile 1. Yeah, that was unfortunate timing. Oh, bro, why is this called channel? What about this is a channel? Like a channel of sand? Is that 2 breaches, or is there just a bunch of swirlies around this one? No, that's 2. Nice. Not optimistic about how these breaches are gonna be. There's not a whole ton of room for activity, but there's a breach hand right there. Actually, a breach lord hand. So we should go that way first. Hell yeah, thank you, sir. Keep telling myself I should probably attempt to do shorts now and again with PoE stuff, but it's just so much more effort to like set up the storytelling compared to like FPS games that I used to do a lot of shorts for.
Return to your grave.
Damage is lightning, 126 fire, 206 mana. Yeet. That is a hybrid fizz, so we could still hit the big one. Interesting.
This has a history of its own.
Uh-oh. The old bonus lightning damage kinda getting a little sketchy. That's probably why we're hurting so bad. We left 38% damage as lightning on the map. That's not good. I remember that. That's what happened in Val Factory. Thank God it died. Am I getting stunned? Not that I notice. Why?
Garukan favors me.
Alright. Time to wake up. Yep.
My Garukan!
Yay. This is the one good thing about this map. I mean, maybe occasionally, but I have a lot of life, and I do have a couple points in extra stun threshold. But not really invested for that purpose. It's just kind of tangential to what I was actually going for. I cannot think of a time where I remember getting stunned out of my abilities. The only times I ever like get canceled out of my abilities are when I accidentally do it myself. Really like those on these characters. Yeah, I think I have this one that has stun threshold on it. Has stun build up. Stun build up. Armor and base armor added to stun threshold. I think that's about it. Yeah, this one. I thought about taking this for the life and the like stun threshold, but I don't know, 3 points for 3% life. According to POB, it would have been like 100 extra, which isn't nothing, but I feel like if I have 3,100 life and I'm dying, 100 is rarely going to be enough to save me. What's that keystone? That's Resolute Technique. Handy, right? I agree. All that, and I didn't empty my inventory. Fuck. Wait a minute, we were gonna slam that. It's always the lightning damage. Re. Think we hit the physical damage again? I don't even know what's changing at this point. It's just all... Okay, the flat fizz is gone. Get it out of here. Mind giving a quick rundown of the build you're running? Sure. Sure, Tyler. So the idea is we're playing Chronomancer, which you might be aware is a witch class or a intelligence class, but what it does well is it messes with cooldowns. And the main idea was to use Hammer of the Gods as much as possible, because it's a very, very big hit. And the big drawback to the major damage is the cooldown. But since we have Chronomancer, there's a chance we just don't use the cooldown. So we can just use it a bunch of times. Like from this 2 charges, we are now at 5 uses, 6 uses, 7. And then when we finally run out of charges, we can use Time Snap to reset them and then do it all again. Yeah. That's the idea for bossing. The idea for clearing stuff, which I need to finish emptying my inventory, and then we can go do some killing stuff. In order to kill things, we have 1 billion points in increased area of effect, and we use the Earthquake skill, which is a Big Slam. The first hit does damage to everything in a big area, and then 4 seconds later, it explodes and does another big hit. But that first hit does a bunch of stun buildup to all the enemies we hit, which we then use Bone Shatter, which causes enemies that are almost stunned, called Primed for Stunned, causes them to all explode. And so either the Earthquake will kill them, or the Bone Shatter will kill them, or if it's like a rare or something, then we just drop a hammer on it. Yeah, it's pretty sick when it works out well, but It is pretty RNG heavy. Like, it does take quite a few hammer hits to kill bosses. And like, there's a chance the Hammer of the Gods explodes like up to 8 times, but it's not a big chance. So if we lose all the rolls and we yeet our cooldowns, because the way we reset our cooldowns is this thing called Now and Again, which says skills have a 33% chance to not consume a cooldown when used. So every time we use a skill with a cooldown, that's 33% chance. We just get to use it again. And then the other way we reset cooldowns is this time snap skill, which just says reset cooldowns of your other skills. And it has a cooldown of 30 seconds. So anytime we use either of those abilities, that 33% chance to not consume the cooldown kicks in. And even if we get to use Hammer of the Gods like 7 times, that doesn't guarantee that we get any of the extra aftershocks. So we're hitting like 7 different times with 3 different hammers, you know? So it can be a little questionable sometimes, but it's kind of cool when it works. Wasn't aware which was capable of all this? Hell yeah. Well, technically it's sorceress, but they start from the same spot. But yeah, that's kind of the big perks, or one of the big perks of having the skill system be the way that it is, where skills aren't really tied to the classes themselves. And everyone gets the same tree and everything. The only disadvantage is we have to spend like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 points to get to anywhere we actually care about. And that's like, we get a couple points and then we have to go pathing again. So 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So there's 21 points of pathing before we get to the stuff we care about, which a warrior would not have to worry about that. So that means they get 20 more points of stuff that they're more interested in. But then a warrior doesn't have all these cooldown resets. And for this build, that's not actually a huge disadvantage because of all the strength it needs. That's fair. That's fair. We are using Giant's Blood, which triples the attribute requirements of weapons, so we can dual wield two-handers. Meaning, with these bases, which require 137, that's 522. We did the math a while ago. And, yeah. Oh no, 174 was the number. 522. Haven't reached the endgame yet, so you're not aware of all the endgame builds. Been playing strictly hardcore solo self-found. Hell yeah. I respect it. Have you, did you play PoE 1 at all, or are you entirely new to the series? So yeah, this is Earthquake. That the little orb means the enemy is primed for stun, so if I hit him with Bone Shatter, it's just going to explode and cause everything else to explode as well. And anything that doesn't explode gets hit by the second hit of Earthquake 4 seconds later. Hardly played PoE 1, did a couple campaign clears, but not much more. Gotcha. Well, if you ever have any questions about anything, feel free to ask. Honestly, I got big respect for anyone who plays this game on hardcore or solo self-found. Honestly, it makes the game so much harder. And I personally do not have the patience to run through the campaign a billion times over. All because I made a mistake, you know. Game was pretty daunting, kind of pushed you away because of that. Yeah, that's totally understandable. There's a lot going on. Ayo. Hell yeah. Thank you, Tyler, for the $5 super chat. Or is that a sticker? Super something. Yay. Not familiar with all these YouTube words. But hell yeah, I appreciate it.
Garukan favors me.
Life and mana cannot be leached. I think we'll be okay for just the expedition, right? We have 7 uses of our mana flask. It'll be fine. No flask charges, no leech, lightning pin. Or maybe we just go down here. That's a lot of boxes. Fuck. Uh-oh. They did not get primed for stun like I wanted. But it all worked out. I did get my big bada boom. Yeah, you missed it yesterday, Dagum. I got Olroth, and then as I killed him, he unleashed a giant ice beam and a dash at, or like a charge at the same time, and completely blasted me as he died. So I had to sit there and watch, sit there and stare at my damn skill point. Are you gonna corpse explode? Thank you. Fuck. So I was sitting there looking, and I was like, you know what? This has to be payback for that time I watched Dagum die in front of a Divine Orb, and I laughed at him. It was just very delayed. What was he need? It was Fallen. It was my skill points, and it was Fallen.
I can feel it.
At least it wasn't the flask, though. Samir, took you a minute to figure out how to dono. Usually use Twitch beside your stream title on homepage and was interested. Hell yeah. Well, there is a link to the, if you'd rather watch on Twitch, there is a link to the Twitch channel in the description. But either way, it's the same stream, so either way works. Hey yo, Tyler, thank you for the follow. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, you too. One thing I'm noticing is Earthquake is actually stunning blue monsters now. I'm not sure why. Normally it doesn't. Or it's priming blue enemies for stun. As a longtime PoE enjoyer, I will admit you don't always have the meta builds, but you always have the coolest builds. Hell yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you feel that way. The builds don't always work, but I really enjoy like almost all of them that I try out. We're fine, we're fine. I think in all my time playing either PoE game, I can only think of like 2 builds that I actually just really hated. It was the damn counterattack Mjolnir Lightning Warp bullshit I did, and then dropped after 2 maps. I got to endgame and then dropped it after 2 maps, and then I can't even think of another one, but there was probably one more that I didn't like. I mean, there's a lot going on in the game, so I don't blame people for following build guides, but I just like coming up with silly shit. What about Heavy Strike? Fuck Heavy Strike, dude. That's fair. That's a good point. Good point. Fuck Heavy Strike. That's probably the other one. The only problem is I did that 3 times. No, I loved Lightning Warp Mines because both I loved it because of itself and also because it crashed the game because it was so damn silly that there was a crash on that of all things. It was, and it was Metamorph, so it was actually like perfect for that league. It was like single target the build. Certainly didn't have a lot of area of effect. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ice Crash Occultist, thank you very much. I defined the Quinn meta for like 2 or 3 leagues after that. Not consecutive, I mean like 2 or 3 leagues later, the meta kicked in. It's great. Listen, it's like I said earlier, there's no such thing as bad publicity. Almost no such thing as bad publicity. Notorious ZDPS haver. Yeah, but he still does kind of regularly get to endgame and survive in hardcore solo self-founds. Or, like, at least hardcore. Does he play SSF? I don't watch him enough to know offhand. Probably. This guy again. This is what I mean by the hammer's not always cooperating. They refuse to give me more explosions. Ow. But time snaps cooldown got reset. And now we're out of hammers. And not one of them gave me aftershocks. Out of like literally 9 hammers. This is bullshit. It's not a super high chance to get aftershocks, but it's not a low chance either. We go gain. Of course, the moment we cast a hammer, he does the dash. There's 1 aftershock. And that's all. That's all we get. Ow. Man, it's a good thing I have all this max fire res. I would have died like 4 times by now. Now we get the 5 aftershocks. Literally the one after he dies. Might be able to eke out some more damage. I'm interested. Which points specifically? The problem with being Resolute Technique is that your damage feels kind of limited. Or at least my damage feels kind of limited to me. Crit is just like a big ol' vector for more damage, and we just don't have it because I don't want to stack accuracy rating with all this strength I have.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Alright, just for reference, our chances at shockwaves or aftershocks is 30% for 1, 15 for 2, 10 for 3. And those all roll independently. So we could hit all 3 of those in the same thing and hit 7 aftershocks. Oops, yeah, no, 6 aftershocks plus 1 hit. So 7 hits total. I have that one, sir. Today, I was a good and prepared streamer, man. I actually made the POB. I tried to, but the problem is the attack time on my Earthquake is so slow that a lot of times it's really tough to get the timing right so that the Jagged Ground spawns before the hammer lands. Like, hammer... It's like... It's real close. Have I thought about picking up increased duration support? No. Because A, I have it on scavenge plating. B, it'll make the earthquake take longer to explode. I mean, there's that one that increases the duration of jagged ground specifically, but I don't know if that would delay the shockwave or like the hit, or like it would make the jagged ground last longer than the earthquake. Like the earthquake goes off, but the jagged ground is still there for a while. But also, all of my support sockets are full, and I don't really want to change them. Jagged ground gets consumed. I see. But yeah, right now we're running double AoE. Fist of War, so really triple AoE. Maim, and then stun buildup. I think it works pretty well. Generally, I would say I'm pretty happy with it. Tides of Change. That sounds like a thing over here. Yeah. If anything, I'd want reduced skill duration, I think. But I don't want it that bad. That's a lot of points. If I was gonna go for any duration, there's this right here, which is protraction. A negative synergy with jagged ground. Yeah, but then it's negative synergy, but increased duration is also negative synergy with the hammer, because then bosses will have an easier time getting out of it. And then on top of protraction, I could go over for, what, 40% slow potency reduction? Am I armor breaking? If I heavy stun with bone shatter, yes. The only other source of armor break I had was with 15% of bone shatter damage, and I thought that was a little redundant to have with the heavy stun thing. So I took it off. The only reason it might still be worthwhile is to keep armor break active when I'm not heavy stunning. But the problem against bosses is that usually Hammer the Gods is the one that does the heavy stunning against bosses. So it's a little weird. It's bad that I kind of want to regal this and chaos spam the crit off. Easy, dude. What if we do it again? It's a horrible idea, but I don't want to run a crit map. Break armor, that's even worse. Stun threshold, that's even worse. Fuck off! Please, thank you. That was the worst sequence of map mods ever. What the hell? Just throw a gray tier 15 in this. It's actually a tier 16 moment of Zen. Huge. I don't even know if map tier makes a difference, but we're in there. That's not a Headhunter. It's a Widow Hail, though. Yeah, I have all of those. Fire infusion? No, I have brutality. Bigger than brutality? It's just 25% of all the damage, right? I could see how that would work. Well, we can try it. That would make that would free me up to put brutality on Bone Shatter, which is probably better than attack speed. I didn't really care for the attack speed. Who needs it? I don't think I have like any damages anything because this is really not a elemental build. So it may work out. Fuck. Fuck. Yo, another headland. I suppose I could check in Path of Building, since I did put it together, whether or not brutality is, or whether or not fire infusion is a bigger damage boost than brutality. But honestly, I don't really trust the numbers on Path of Building right now, and I probably won't for like a solid year. I just want it to have the build information saved. I mean, it's still one tap that, man. Heft scales weird with elemental infusion. It's understandable. I don't know. I don't know if that was better. Oh, we have another rare with the same type. This is the perfect test case. Brutality. Fire infusion. Yeah, but this, I don't want it to be an ignite build. Oh, I thought he was enraged. I want to wait for that to wear off. Yeah, it did slightly more damage with brutality. Suppose the other way we can test the damage between Fire Infusion and Brutality is wait for a boss. And then we get to see the actual damage number. Man. Made everything invulnerable. Oh no, that's purely accidental. Yeah, I wanted everything else on that. That's a new pair of gloves. Horses. Oh yeah. Post armor buff, yeah. That's valid. Then again, Hammer of the Gods is such a big hit. I think it'll punch through a lot of armor. Not that armor is useless against it, but if big hits are bad against my armor, then it's bad against their armor too. Right. We'll give it a shot and see what happens. If it does end up being better on bosses, I'll probably just leave Fire Infusion on because I don't want to be swapping gems around all the time. Sounds like the worst thing ever.
A rare treasure.
Different bosses have different resists. Right. Maybe that means we use whatever infusion is good against the boss we're fighting. We just keep them all in Mace Strike or whatever. That was the real reason they gave us sockets on our default attacks. It's so we can have a bank of spare support gems. It does sound Yui, doesn't it? I agree.
Tarukan favors me.
Get me the hell out of here. Yeah, I did do the breach. Was there an expedition there? No. How many uniques are we up to? We're up to 155 out of 268. Feels good, man. Gold find. Gross. Yo, how much are level 20 gems, by the way? The funny thing is, you have to search by item level, not gem level. Uncut, yeah, skill gem. Is that accurate? 140. Can we bulk item exchange these? Probably not. If we could, that would mean we should be able to trade them on the damn currency exchange. I kind of want to level up Earthquake and Bone Shatter to 20. That's the reason we're looking. Hello. Those are still 275. What the hell? Give me my trade, damn it. Zana will save us all, if only. "12 minutes ago, surely." Wouldn't you know it? Earthquake goes from 119 to 125% attack damage. Sheesh. Also, the aftershock goes from 386 to 405. It's not a whole lot. It's like 5%. How do we turn off videos forever? Oh, by not clicking on it. Cool. I think we do Earthquake. We'll worry about Bone Shatter when Alva wants to finish off that trade. Another channel. Can't wait to get to the room that has all those damn statues in them. is the one thing we look forward to in this place. There it goes. Yes, it did kill those zombies. Earthquake killed those zombies all on its own.
Garukan favors me.
We might need to spec out of a little bit of stun buildup. The extra damage might be a little too much. It's been like it's not a bad thing for Earthquake to kill stuff, but it makes it take longer for it to clear because I have to wait for the 4 seconds to pass. There's a lot of rares in that room. Got him. Nice.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Gross. Proximal tangibility, bruh. Thank you. There's actually 1 billion rares in this map. Why? Yo, that was a breach with 20% monster density? I don't believe you.
This has a history of its own.
Usually lightning mirage is a sign there's a rare nearby. Look at that. There it is.
A rare treasure.
I did not cancel out of the earthquake. It is impossible to click a shrine if there's any enemy in the, like, this area in front of it. It doesn't matter if you're mousing over up here or, like, over here. If there's an enemy in the very front of it, it just is not clickable. Even with the changes that they made in the last patch to try and make them more clickable. Yeah, so now we're priming the large enemies for stun, and we're just automatically stunning the smaller enemies. Which I'm not sure how I feel about that. Doing just enough stun buildup in the small earthquake hit to prime the small enemies means we get like 37 bone shatter explosions per pack. Which each bone shatter explosion is 700% weapon damage, so it's kind of nice. Why do they call them ads when they subtract so much from the content I consume? Probably 'cause it's short for advertisement. Not addition, you know. He is reviving them, isn't he? Nope. I thought it was Widow Hail. I got excited. Another attempt after the failure earlier. I thought this was the room. That was a lot of fire, but somehow it worked out. I really hate these damn crabs. They hurt. There it is. Yes, wake up. It's time for work. Yes, yes. Yeah. I wonder if those dudes even give XP. I hope they do. But I still don't mind if they don't, because like I would still do that every time if they don't, because it's funny to watch them all explode. Boom, dude. Explode the whole screen, why don't we? Genuinely, I wasn't even looking, but I'm pretty sure it lagged the shit out of my PC for a moment. Oh, that was a lot. Honestly, being able to do that with just about every map, so long as there's an expedition on it, is enough to make me want to keep farming expedition. Not even because of the content itself, just because it'll spawn a screen full of enemies and I can blow them all up at the same time. Or almost the same time. But before we continue, we gotta go get ourselves another gem. I don't really like that it plays the whisper noise when I whisper somebody. Level 20? Sure is. Where is this? Hong Kong? Hell yeah, dude. Yo, they were fighting the ritual man. You know, the guy, the dude. Alright, so now we got level 20 gems of all of our most important things. Do I have a level 19 spirit gem yet? No. Oh well. Let's move on, shall we? I think rather than clear out all of these up here, we're gonna go down through Crimson Shores over to the tower and then use an expedition tablet. And then hope we hit the stuff over here so we get breach and expedition on all of them. Should be good. Bro. Okay. He charged out right as I cast the hammer. So I thought he was going to avoid it, but then he walked right back into it like a doofus. I guess I do get stunned once in a while. by whatever the hell that was.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
I think I'm gonna go take out like a point or two of stun buildup. Let's start with 2, and if it still works, then we'll leave him. If it doesn't work after doing this, then we'll put 1 back and see what happens. 36% stun buildup seems like a big amount to lose, though. So before we do this breach, I'm gonna go hit a pack, see what happens. Still stunned half of the skeletons. Oop. That's a little better. I think that's okay. And we get 2 max fire res out of it. And now for the real test. Is this actually okay? If it survives the breach, then probably. I love when I rubber band back into a pack of monsters. Yeah, I think we're in a good spot right now. Aside from the execution aura. Can we make it back this way for more? Is there any more at all? Seems there is. Yeah. We didn't need that stun buildup anyways. And if we really want to, we could put those 2 points somewhere that is not maximum fire res, because we do have a lot already. The thing is, the more maximum res you have, the better it gets. So, you know, it's not a bad thing. Although at some point I do kind of want to try and replace these jewels that I have, because they're both 1 to 2 max fire res. I'm sorry, they're both +1 max fire res when they could be up to 2. So we could get 2% more. By upgrading those, but also I don't want to use divine orbs on them. Because there's a chance that they don't go to 2, they just stay at 1, and that seems awful. Seems like a horrible waste. I think the only time I'll decide it's a good idea to use a divine orb on those is if I have to pay like 5 divines or more for a similar jewel at +2. Yeah, this is a much comfier level of stun thresh or stun buildup. I like this a lot better. That's not good. You stop that. Bombard crossbow. No thanks. The bomb. Cold pen. Can I be crit? You know, yellow. Yeet. Bam, shield dudes. Can I get a logbook? We were getting them like every other expedition we did yesterday. But today I've done like 5 and I think I've gotten 1 maybe? If that. Better. That no regen aura is brutal. Oh hey, XP. Why not?
A rare treasure.
Another soul writhe. I don't even know if it's worth doing, but I kind of enjoy corrupting that one as well in the hopes of hitting 60% life as energy shield. I don't know if that sells for anything, but it'd be cool to have. Now I'm curious. What was it? Ghost Wrath, not Soul Wrath. Damn, it's a div. It is only one div at 61%. I don't even know how it gets to 61%. But cool. So yeah, definitely not worth. I'll probably spend... Actually, how much is a div's worth of
Hello.
quality currency? I've never actually looked. 500. Okay, maybe not. But still, I don't want to bother doing that.
This has a history of its own.
Oh, recoup. Nice. If only rubies could get that. Which now I have to check. Can they? Is it a prefix or a suffix? It is a suffix. Looks like... no. While we're looking at stuff, let's do area of effect. Maximum fire resistance and what was the other one? Like damage? Physical damage or melee damage or stun buildup. We'll do count. Do melee damage, stun buildup. I think there's one with stun, like just normal stun buildup, and then there's one with, oh, that's stun buildup with maces. At least I thought. Oh yeah, there it is. 10 to 20 stun buildup. 15 to 25 stun buildup with maces. Or what's another one? Is it damage with maces? Go with like at least 7 there. What if we do 2 of those? That's a total of 31% or 32% versus 25, so we'd lose 7. Or no, we'd gain 7. Which shouldn't be a massive change if we were to buy 2 of these. It's also 15% damage plus 8% damage. That's 23 versus 10% global there. And 5%, so 15. And the only other ones are 10 div. And that's actually 5 mods. Kind of understand why. It's pretty good. Kind of tempting, actually. I do have like 15. We could. It's an option. Shit, I know. Oh, thanks. Gold find, I think that's fine. You know what? Fuck it. I'm rich as shit. Don't want to teleport to the hunting grounds. That's a campaign zone. No rush.
On with the work.
Armageddon Prism, 2 max fire, stun, build of attack damage. Damage with maces, AoE. Fuck yeah. What chance to ignite? I didn't see any of that. Damn it, I thought it deleted the chance to ignite. That would have been hilarious, actually. Melee damage, 10% AoE, stun buildup. So long as we had like 12 to 13 stun buildup, that's fine. That one's 17, 9 AoE, 8 melee damage. 7 AoE, 15 melee damage. Do I care more about 2% area? Or 7% damage? I think area. Fuck, they went offline. Fine. We'll take the damage. Deserved? Bro. Bro. I just wanted a little AoE. So that's 10 AoE. So we're going down by 3 there. What was the old one? 8, so there's 15 total between them. That's 7 and 8. So it's actually perfectly even on area of effect. Slightly better on stun buildup. Quite a bit better on damage and double the maximum fire res that we had before. We're actually 3% away from the maximum fire res. Seems good, man. It's also decent. Okay. To the step. Actually, you know what? Before we do this map, I'm going to get up and stretch my legs. So, I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you aren't even not already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch, the like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. I'll be back in like 5-ish minutes, and we'll continue our path west for the next citadel. Yeet. All right, friends, we made it. It's time. Starting out with crossbow feels rough. What feels rough, Mr. Spud? What skill are you using? How we doing? We're in there. Did I miss anything? We're good. Well, we just spent 10 div on a jewel, but it was a jewel with 2% max fire res and 4 extra modifiers that were all relevant to my build. So I can't be that upset about it. The old perfect 5 mod jewel. But our fire res is like 4% higher than it was when we started the stream. So we're actually quite a bit more tanky against it. Bro, stop pushing me! How did he go back to full health is the real question. Gonna end up at gas grenades, but I don't know what I'm supposed to start with or what feels good. So you're using explosive grenades as your big damn and permafrost bolts in the downtime. I see. I had a good time with permafrost bolts plus fragmentation shot, and then steel. When you freeze stuff, you just blow them up with fragmentation shot because it does like 1 billion damage. At least until you can get thunder grenades feeling good. I don't know how people start grenades. I never played them. But what felt way better than permafrost bolts, at least for the freeze plus fragmentation shot route, was glacial bolt plus fragmentation shot. Actually, it felt great until I was trying to farm like super dense things in the endgame. In like the 5th zone. Was he a big ghost man? Or a big zombie man with a giant pillar? I guess it would be a giant mace bonk stick sort of thing. Oh, that's Draven. Yeah, he has a good little bit of burst on him when he teleports around and swings all those ghosts out. Draven, the Eternal Praetor. Yep. The unexpected League of Legends reference. Hello there. Yo, 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 none of that, none of that. I feel like 70% of the rares I've fought today have had volatile plants on them. It's very annoying. Alright, time for the boom. Almost. Seems good to me. Where's my logbook, dude? Rog, we talked about this. I guess a coin is good enough. I've had an issue with anything until him. Just feels like you don't have enough damage. Not great with dodge rolling yet either. Yeah, there's another boss in that same zone. It's like the same arena, but you're fighting the ghost that he summons, like, and then she summons him. But the first time I died in this game with a crossbow was to her, so that kind of lines up with my experience with crossbow. But once you do get used to dodge rolling, it does get a little easier, like dodging those damn ghost circles, and then like the big wave attack, being able to roll through that instead of or like roll behind him before he does it instead of having to like eat it. Makes life a lot easier. What I should have done when I got up was go get something to eat. I just realized how damn hungry I am. With Raven, if you get close enough, he does 4 swings that like lock onto you, but if you time your movement well, you can dodge all of them. Yeah. You right, you right. What is that? Oriani's prototype. Nice. Armor also applies to lightning from hits. Enemies in your presence have lightning resistance equal to yours. Lightning resistance does not affect lightning damage taken. If only armor was good. We got crazy big box. I get that a lot, actually. You love chance orbs in PvE2? It's so funny, isn't it? They completely removed, like, everything except for what people cared about most of the time when using chance orbs. But also the whole you have to have a normal item and you it deletes the item if it fails is also pretty damn funny. Oh, I missed it. That was Breach plus Corruption, aka Beyond. That went rather well. Honestly, I didn't even realize it was Corruption. That means this place is also tier 16. I didn't even think about that. So we're kind of doing all right, I think. All the percentage fizz and none of the flat. Oriani's prototype. Not worth a damn thing. Sick. I would say disenchant in most cases. The only time you should really sell things, or the only times I really felt like I needed to sell things was when I was, when the respecs were way more expensive. And, I was respecking a lot more. So if you feel like you're respecking a lot and you're short on gold, then sell stuff. But otherwise, I would disenchant it. So we'll do map, tower, probably map, tower, something like that. Good old seepage. Seepage. I really wish that started. I really wish I didn't have to manually go claim the checkpoint at the very beginning. I don't want to think about that every time I go into a map. Let's go. Yo, another breach. Nice. Let's do it. What's better than a breach? Why, 2 breaches, of course. Nudapo 2, can you explain your build? Your first orc was a failure? Yeah, sure. So the general idea is well, really our biggest damage ability is called Hammer of the Gods. It's this big hammer that falls from the sky momentarily after a long delay and basically explodes everything. So it does 1 billion damage, but it has a really long cooldown of like 30 or 40 seconds or something like that. So we're playing Chronomancer as a way to try and subvert that cooldown, to let us cast it a bunch of times, and I'm about to die because of this execution aura. Because let's just pause for a second. Because Chronomancer has this thing called Now and Again, which says skills have a 33% chance to not consume a cooldown when used. And it has this thing called Time Snap, which is an ability that lets you reset the cooldowns of all your skills. So on top of all that, we're using second wind support on Hammer of the Gods, so it has 2 uses. Each time we use it, there's a 33% chance it doesn't consume the cooldown. And then Time Snap also has a cooldown, so Now and Again can proc on that. So we can use our Hammer of the Gods, say it procs Now and Again once, so we get to use 3 hammers out of our 2 charges. And then we use Time Snap, we get 2 more charges. And then Time Snap doesn't consume its cooldown. And then we get 3 more uses out of Hammer of the Gods. And then we use Time Snap again, and you know, it just keeps going like that. And then there's chances for aftershocks. So each of the hammers could technically explode up to like 8 times. It's not guaranteed. It's actually not a very good chance for that to happen, but it does happen. So that's like our main like big single target thing, and the whole reason we're playing Chronomancer. The other reason we're playing Chronomancer is because it has this little center wheel which says damage taken recouped as life. But also recoup effects instead occur over 4 seconds instead of 3 seconds. Or instead of 8 seconds. So basically it doubles the rate that you recover from recoup. And lets you recoup a bunch of damage. On top of that, we're anointing this skill up here, which makes it another 25% faster. So it's actually 3 seconds instead of 8, and we're recouping 6%, 36%. There's another one down here. What's that? 41, 65, and I think I have a little more recoup somewhere. Oh, yeah, we're also recouping damage prevented, physical damage prevented through our armor. So it's like a really like we have a boatload of recovery from Chronomancer as well. So on top of that, Hammer of the Gods is really good, but it's really slow. And when we're in a big situation like we're in the map right now, where we have to kill a bunch of things, we need something that's a little faster than that. So we use the Earthquake skill, which hits the ground and then builds up a bunch of stun on stuff. And then we use Bone Shatter to hit the stunned things and make them explode, because Bone Shatter makes nearly stunned enemies explode when you hit them with it. And then if anything survives all that, then the second hit of Earthquake, which hits 4 seconds later, explodes and hits them again. So that's generally the idea. We don't have any bosses nearby on the Atlas, so I can't really show off the bossing bit, but you can kind of see the effectiveness of Hammer of the Gods when we drop it on a rare, and it just kind of explodes. How long did it take to get the build online? Not particularly long. The problem with it is it's a little expensive. Well, let me think. We started... Honestly, it could probably get going pretty easily. So it's probably... We don't use any uniques, like we're not using Astrumentus, so that's not like a 250 div or whatever it's up to, like startup cost. The biggest issue probably doesn't hit till the very end game. So yeah, it doesn't take that much effort to get going. I think I was using... I started using Hammer of the Gods the moment that I got my second Ascendancy point. And I was using Earthquake and Bone Shatter from the very beginning. So honestly, it works from the very beginning. It just takes a while to get like a ton of area of effect. Because you can use Magnified Effect on Earthquake. And that makes it pretty big. But what makes it even better is using the Expanse support gem, which gives it a cooldown of 6 seconds. Which isn't like the biggest deal. But being Chronomancer, with the cooldown recovery rate and then now and again, kind of helps deal with that a little more easily. But the reason we were okay with giving this a 6-second cooldown is because we're also using Fist of War, which has a 6-second cooldown for a 20% more damage and more area of effect boost. So we have like 110% more damage on, 110% more area of effect on Earthquake to make it hit the entire screen. Also, sorry, Spuds. You like how accessible respecking is in PoE 2 versus PoE 1? I agree. I think it's really nice. The gold costs were prohibitively high for a while, but they brought them down, and it's been pretty nice ever since. Yo, we've got another breach. Nice. Let's go do that. That means there's probably one more somewhere. Gold costs are pretty cheap in PoE 1 right now. Are they? I guess I never liked using the gold respec because I was spending all my gold on the city. Yep, there's the other one. Let's do 2 breaches again, shall we? Yeah, Ichigo, I'm sorry, Ichigo Jake. The biggest, like, barrier to this build is that to push further in the end, or to push, like, relatively far in the endgame, it's kind of expensive. Like, you need really large hammers, and you need 2 of them, and, like, where I'm at right now, the hammer, each of my hammers is 20 div, and there are still some things, like, I still struggle on some, like, relatively early bosses. And mine, like, in order to get an actual upgrade for my hammers that gives a significant amount of DPS boost, I would need to spend, like, kind of in the 100 to 200 div range of hammer. And then I need 2 of those, which is not something I necessarily want to do. That's probably the biggest limitation of the build. I went into a dead end. You haven't played PoE 1 in a while, you might like Settlers League, and the good news is that league's got like another 2 to 3 months in it. Yeah, it's got a whole nother league in it. Hell yeah. But imagine playing Path of Exile without WASD.
Garukan favors me.
Right. I agree. You know how much better this has been for my hands? Having WASD? My wrist has not hurt at all since Path of Exile 2 came out. Cannot say the same for 1. Yo, there's a 5th one. Is this a 10 breach map? Is that what we're learning right now? You have 6 citadels that are close together. Here, look. Just all the citadels, Sean. You gotta get to farming tier 15 so you can run those. I feel like I didn't really do a whole lot in those 2 breaches we did earlier. Yeah, we're at 31 splinters after 4 breaches. I have not been getting shit out of them. Yeah, there are more. This must be a 10 breach map. Trying to sell Citadel runs? I mean, you could. I don't know how. I suppose that's an option. So much less focused right now than you ever have been when it comes to games. I mean, in fairness, you do have class and homework and whatnot also going on. Not to mention, it feels like, I don't know, I kind of feel like I'm just waiting for more Path of Exile stuff to come out. Like, I'm okay with where it's at right now. Like, I'm enjoying it. But I'm also just really interested to see what happens next. I'm kind of just waiting. And Path of Exile 1's kind of in the same spot. I'm not as I'm like not anticipating as much from that. Like, I'll probably still play it, but I'm not antsy for them to get it out, honestly. Also miss playing D4 with my dad. I'm doing that next week. I knew you were trying to peer pressure me with that damn bird. But I still want the damn bird. Turns out I'm a sucker for peer pressure. So yeah. Wednesday for like a week or two, we're probably gonna go play D4. Just till I can get through the season journey. I'm not gonna grind it or anything crazy. But I don't want to miss out. The old FOMO. I don't want to miss out on the cosmetics. I'm not gonna get that rare. Blech. I tried. Starting to comfortably get through tier 15 maps. Hell yeah. Congratulations. What level have you gotten up to? Oh, we go again. Level 86? Ah, hell yeah. Being level 86 in tier 15, you'll probably level up pretty quick. So long as you aren't dying too much. Bro, there were like no monsters in there. I refused to take responsibility for getting nothing out of that breach. There was nothing in there. Not dealing with all this. AO Stellar Amulet, sick. I heard those were actually like 30 exalts a week or two ago. Not the 5 exalts that it looked like, because there were so many price fixers. I wonder if their price has gone up, but also there's no way in hell I'm selling it, because I want an Astromentus for myself. They're like 100x now or something stupid. Hell yeah. I will still delete it without a second of thought. Map's done. There's probably more breaches here, but they're so empty it's depressing. I almost don't want to go looking for them. And it's not the breach's fault, it's the map's fault. There is another breach. We'll go do it. We can't leave it here. Hey, there's a hand. We can't just leave it here like this. Did I ever loot the first breach? Probably not. That worked out. Turns out we had to do all the breaches to sustain. Basically, yes. It just means it has higher tier mods. Not necessarily good mods, but the mods will not be low tier. So like this one is tier 3. There is nothing below tier 4. I'm sorry, there's nothing below tier 5. There are some mods like... I don't know. There's some mods that only have like a couple tiers, like 3 maybe. And those ones can still roll. So you might see like a tier 3 or something, but that would probably be because that's like the upper level of that modifier. Generally speaking. Mana, strength, res. Cold and evasion rating. I don't hate that. Probably hold on to it. This is turning into a problem again. We got 4 breach tablets out of there. Hell yeah. Y'all ever see anyone chance an Instrumentus? Me neither. We're also 2/3 of the way to another breach stone. How much do those go for? $214 exalted orbs, or 1.2 per divine orb. Meaning 5 for 4. To the bluff. We use the monster life one. Oops. Canceled out of my earthquake. Time snap it is. Arrgh.
Garukan favors me.
I don't know if that earthquake killed that ghost, but I certainly hope it did. The hell is that?
Ancient power.
50% chance for flasks you use to not consume charges. Yeah, so let me give up 10 fire res and 1800 armor for that. Yo, 30% move speed. Wow. One exalt per percent of move speed. I did have that already. Cool. So we were going to use an expedition tablet. Quantity of items, explosive placement range, artifacts, rarity, explosive radius. That would actually be pretty funny because we have such a large radius on the bomb. But then again, the way that radius is increased is through increased explosive radius, so it's probably not that effective, actually, now that I think about it. Let's just go with quantity rarity, shall we? Yo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could. Whoops. We could. It's got 7 now. I think that's the most I've ever seen. Is that all of them? Oops. Bro. Map boss, radiated breach, delirium expedition. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's all of them. Everything except hideout, unique map, and a wandering trader, which it can't have those and be a normal map. So wild. And it's Steaming Springs, so that boss actually isn't too bad. So I think Hidden Grotto is next.
Fall before me. There is power in this object. I can feel it.
We're stunning too much again. But if it's just against these kinds of monsters, I suppose it's not that big of a deal. Oh, tier 4 belt. I'll take some charm slots, son of a bitch. There's still hope. Still hope. Did I get the checkpoint at the start? Yes, I did, and it's a good thing too because there's a billion rares back there. Somehow we made it all the way up to 80% of the way through this level. How many times have we died today? I think it was just twice? Or was it once? There was that time in Val Factory. I don't know if there was a time other than that.
Rare treasure.
Charm slot. That's not a charm slot. Heck. Mm-hmm. True.
A storied artifact.
Minus. Okay, get the hell out of here. Chance to bleed on hit is fine. I still can't believe that has actually everything on it. And I guess we'll be testing ourselves against a difficulty 4 boss when we do run that. Should be fun. Should be fun. But before we do it, I kind of want to go get this tower and then the one on the left. And then we go down to it, and then we start making our way over to the Citadel. What would be even funnier is if it turns into a 10 breach map or an 11 breach map. On top of everything else that's in there.
They rise from the waters.
What water? We're in a tower. Well, we sustained. That's cool, at least. But another expedition tower, if you please. That one has 9 on it. That's probably the only way I can really decide which one to pick at this point. Turns out this is just about a dead end. Hey, another Untainted Paradise. Sick. Maybe we actually run this one. And we got 3 over here. 4, actually. 5. Numbers are really difficult. And neither of these two got them. You know, do we go up? We could go up for that one too. And that one technically reaches as well. Dear fuck. That also reaches way the hell out there though. So I think we won't worry about that one just yet. We'll do this one and then we'll go for the 7 dot map. Yo, we got a delirium tablet. What we really need is more expedition tablets. I feel like I haven't been getting them very much. Blech, we saved it. Briefly.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
What are those? Better than I anticipated, but still not good. All that was on this one was delirium and depression. So we move on to the next one. The last T15 I had in my pocket. Slaying rare monsters in your maps pauses the delirium mirror timer for 2 seconds. I kind of feel like it should just do that. You know? I kind of thought that's how it did work for a while. Damn, I think delirium's really bad. Just entirely undesirable for me to farm. Pretty much every way. Wow, I'm rich.
A rare treasure.
Let's go. And not the greatest breach ever, but considering the layout we're on, that was alright. That's the top half pretty much done. Good thing we went and checked there too, because the last enemy we found was a rare. Would have had to backtrack had we left it.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Only 6 left, including this one.
Will of the Marrakech.
Got the invuln aura before he triggered it.
A rare treasure.
Bro, I don't want the items. I want the currency. Why not just drop hammers on the heads of all the rares? Seems like a really good strat, honestly. Seems good to me, boss. Breach was the only mechanic here, so now we can go do the tower. Put more expeditions everywhere. Hopefully actually get them in places we're about to run, instead of wherever the hell it's been putting them. Element to weakness, chill, ground, move, attack, and cast speed. That's actually totally fine. Damages, life as energy shield is also fine. Crit's a little scary. Shocked ground's a little scary. Less recovery rate would be bad. Shocked ground again is a little scary. Stun threshold's a little annoying. Damage as sounds like a horrible time. We can run that just fine. Let's just throw a 14 into this tower. Pick our tablet. Probably that one, because it has the most expeditions. We haven't been getting those tablets very often. It was on this side last time, and I really should have checked before going the other way. It is not this time. Wow, an XP shrine. I feel like I haven't seen them in 3 weeks, but suddenly we've gotten 2 today.
Garukan favors me.
4 +4 to crit chance, lightning damage, attack speed. That's probably no. Well, it doesn't seem like a terrible start. Lightning damage isn't ideal, but what if it hits 2 decent physical prefixes and it has almost maximum crit chance? Certainly max tier. It didn't get shit. Actually, you know what? Maybe that's not the worst thing ever. I mean, it's probably not the best. I don't know how grenade skills scale. It is 100% of physical damage converted to fire damage. So you kind of need physical damage on your weapon to make use of that. Unfortunate. Hey, yo, we actually got the expeditions. Alright, I think I'm going to do this seepage and then this steaming springs, and then we'll call it a day there. And then tomorrow, we'll go about progressing this way. Probably also clearing out these, since we buffed up all these maps. Oh, really? There is not that many expeditions around. That's okay. How about we put a prefix on for free? I'll take it. Less recovery rate seems bad. Uh-oh. Regen life, immune to fire damage, deal more damage. There's like a billion chests in this area, so I'm just gonna bonk it right about there, I think. Or can we get that? And the blue chest? I think we can. Seems good to me, boss. Although they do get the... Where's the pen? Oh, right there. Yeah, that's fine. Fuck it. Here we go. They're not gonna do chaos damage anyways. Eek. They're gonna die. Speaking of tablets. Speaking of tablets.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Runic monster markers. XP gain. And gold find as well as placement range. Gross. Kind of want to look at the modifiers on expedition tablets to see if there's more than like 4 of them. It seems like most of them turn into explosive placement range or like radius. That's just not exciting. One left. Those corpse explosions were basically doing no damage at all. Love to see it. That's a lot of evasion. Wow. I almost just used a Chaos Orb on it. I would have liked, or I would like to use an Exalted Orb instead. Wait, we're not done with this map. There's still one left. Way the hell over here. How much evasion? 1300 with no quality and no roots. Also, 30 dex and 40 res on it without open suffix. It does not. Actually, I'd have to check, now that I think about it. It does not. Oh no. Yeah, 2 hybrid evasions and 1 full percent evasion. Alright, now the map's done. Let's go slam intelligence onto it and make $1 billion, shall we? The fat flat roll. Yep. But if I had Dex in 40 res and that much evasion, it's enough to be considerable, I think. Well, close second. Is it not? Well, I wasn't wrong then. $17.75. I was hoping it'd go at least over 2K. Oh well. We'll put it in the pile of spare stuff, though I seem to have quite a few pieces of evasion gear. If it would go over 2K if it had the flat? Yeah. So what you're saying is chaos. Because it rolled high percent and then 2 hybrids, the percent runes do way less. That's valid. Makes sense. Oh well, what can you do? Vision crafting or something. Alright, our last map of the day, we'll probably do this one that has like 500%. 300%. But we're doing it on a map that has all of the things. Like, literally all of them. Every last one of the things is right there. So part of me wants to corrupt this map and see if it turns tier 16. That'd be hilarious too, wouldn't it? It did not, and it actually got so much worse. That was a bad idea. Terrible idea. Life and life as energy shield sounds like an also similarly awful idea. What have I done? Good enough. Alright, we're gonna be in this map for like 20 minutes. But we'll get through it. The question is, can we kill the boss in a reasonable amount of time? If we can, I'll be pleasantly surprised. Because I would have guessed that we would never really be able to do difficulty 4 bosses that easily. So we'll see. If that slam had one-shotted me, I would have lost my mind. Fuck it, we YOLO into the breach. Yeet. This is fine. We should be running away from the start of the delirium to make sure we don't end it early. Uh-oh. Should not have focused on this rare, but he was scaring me. Probably could have gotten a little more out of that breach had I just cleared the delirium and come back for it.
A rare treasure.
But that was the first time I ever did a breach in a delirium on a corruption map as well. So like 3 layers of shit basically. So I was kind of nervous. Not to mention this is also tier 17. Or 15 plus 2 if you'd prefer it that way. It is a 4 ritual map. So at least we have that even if we don't have any extra breaches. Nothing here. Can we chill with the meteors, please? I honestly can't even see the dudes that are throwing them. I think I'm going to do the boss last because I'm worried about my ability to survive it. Not because of anything specific to this boss, just because it's higher difficulty than we normally run. by quite a bit. It's on cooldown. The hell?
Garukan favors me.
One more after this, but we should be able to see all the rewards after we finish this ritual. Question is, will there be anything even remotely worthwhile? And if we're playing the odds, then probably not. Oh, an omen! Maximum suffixes. Take it at least. Probably re-roll after the last trial. I thought y'all were supposed to be unable to do that off screen. You were definitely more than a screen away, sir.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
I'm gonna take care of these rares and check for rituals in this area. And then, yeah, there it is. We'll do the expedition and then walk back to the checkpoint from there to go do the boss. Yo, a divine orb. Oh, sick. The first time we found anything actually useful. Unfortunately, we were... how close? Ah, not even close. Bro, trying to read here. It's not the easiest thing for me. Now we have a reason to do these. 76% stun buildup. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Okay. Time for the expedition, then time for the boss. Monsters are hexproof. Ailments, that's all logbooks, logbooks, logbooks. Nice. Immune to fire damage. Should be okay. Though we may not even need to grab that. More logbooks. We can actually get 4 logbook modifiers from this. That's pretty wild. 200% quantity of expedition logbooks. Although we may be better off going for 150 and then trying to get a couple more rare monsters. Actually, yeah, this is probably better.
Ready when you are.
Funk. Man, that 1 point of expedition stuff was so worthwhile. Granted, we still didn't get a single logbook from any monsters, but whatever.
A rare treasure.
Yeah, alright. Wait. That checkpoint is unreachable, dude. What the fuck? I guess we're walking. I actually had one time when I was coming through this map where the last rare monster spawned on an island in like a little tiny lake, like this size, but like just a little bigger, and there was an island in the middle with a rare on it. Thankfully, it was in range of Hammer of the Gods, so I just bonked it. But I was definitely a little concerned when I saw that. Also, we're going into this boss with 95% XP, so really hoping we don't die. I don't think we will, but you never know. We're out of hammers. Hammers are back. You stop recharging that. Uh-oh. It worked out. Our damage was a little spikier than I would like, but it worked. That brought me up to the next percentage. Alright. Delirium, Expedition, Breach, Ritual, Boss, Corruption, Radiation. Yeah, that's all 7. Well, we did them all! Just had a thought about your Witch Hunter. If you use Decimating Strike, which is when you hit an enemy at full health, they lose 5 to 30% health before they take damage. You're using Radiant Grief, which ignites enemies in your presence. Is Radiant Grief preventing you from triggering Decimating Strikes? Probably. Let me see. When you put it that way, that sounds like something that would be happening. Actually, you know what? Let's just use this. Because it says decimating strike on full health enemies, right? I guess it won't let me read what that says. Yeah, because they have to be full life when you hit them. Damn, man, that is unpleasant. But I mean, if Radiant Grief is making your build feel a billion times better, then maybe it's just better to spec out of Decimating Strike rather than take Radiant Grief off to make Decimating Strike work. But you could take Decimating Strike out and put Sorcery Ward on, so you have both acrobatics. Oh no, wait, no, you don't want to do that. Never mind, because it has a penalty. Don't do that. That would be bad. Yeah, I don't know what you would take, but I believe in you. Why do I have this? Correct. Wow. I don't even know if I care to exalt that, but let's just do it for fun. Probably not worthwhile. Bleeding on hit, rage on melee hit, attack damage, ignite. The old, yep. We have too much. I don't want to bother going to deal with it. That all looks fine. Main thing Radiant Grief does is ignite your gas grenades, preventing you from using explosive rounds. It's kind of seems like it's like a preference choice at this point. Because your build may feel a little clunkier if you're having to swap ammos, or I guess you don't have to swap ammo to use grenades, but if you have to like manually blow everything up, that's a little bit more of a pain in the ass. But you'll probably have better damage doing it that way. It's just whether or not you want to, you know, deal with the pain in the ass of doing things manually. If you're just farming and you're comfy, then you can take Decimating Strike off and keep up what you're doing. But yeah, getting Culling Strike and Decimating Strike is kind of nutty. It's like a huge reduction in how much health the monsters have. Let alone, I think Explosive Rounds does a lot, or like adds a lot of damage to grenades, if I remember right. Or does a lot of damage with grenades. What was I thinking of? That doesn't look like the one I was thinking of. Maybe I'm hallucinating. Oh no, it was Rapid Shot that I was thinking of. Never mind, if explosive shot just sets your things off, that's probably not that bad. That was the thought process behind getting passives that increase your damage against enemies on low life. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Convert 60% of physical to fire damage. Knock back enemies maximum 24 heat. Rapid shots gain 7% of damage's extra fire damage per heat. Charge for 800% of attack time before firing if used when you have no heat. Gain heat 4 times per second while firing grenades. Gain 6% of damage's extra fire damage per heat. That's what I always thought would be a good combo with grenades. You do also have Culling Strike? Yeah, you have to have Culling Strike in order to get Decimating Strike. So that makes sense. I kind of thought all the grenade builds would be using Rapid Shot, honestly. Just like launching the grenades and then spamming with that while they wait for the fuses, but Explosive Shot does seem convenient in its own way. But I believe that is where I'm going to end the stream for today. So, appreciate y'all watching. As always, hope you've enjoyed. If you didn't, you've not already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch, the like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. And come see me again tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern US time, Eastern Standard Time, if you prefer thinking of it that way, where we'll continue. And, whoops, not that button. Not that button either. We'll continue clearing up these expeditions and making our way off to the west. Oh man, damn. Suddenly we have 3 citadels. So I guess that's what we're doing. I have no desire whatsoever to attempt Arbiter. I think he's a dumb boss from the 8 attempts I've put, 7 attempts I've put on him. So I just don't want to do it. So we'll sell those for money. Hell yeah. But that's tomorrow. For tonight, have yourselves a good night, and I'll see you then.